Okay, hi everyone. I am a little bit late today, but let's see how this goes. So, this stream is going to be about this advanced drawing application. And I think that one thing I would like to decide today is what would be a good name for it. So, could we maybe come up with a name for this drawing application during this live stream, or at least some ideas so we can choose for it, because it's been called advanced drawing app since forever that I kind of feel like I want to have a name for it already now. And the application has had several updates since the last stream, so I've decided that I won't be um, coding or explaining in depth the updates that are happening anymore, because people have started contributing more, and these streams would end up just being looking at code and explaining what happened. So idea now is that I will code some things during these streams that are straightforward, like standalone components, not really mess with all the code that much, because I want the stream to be as self-explanatory as possible. And the plan for today is to look at the contributions. So Yusuf and Pieter have added very many things to the application, and actually myself as well. I had one day time when I could work on this application since the last stream, like a month ago, or I don't know when the last stream even was. But we'll briefly look at the updates on GitHub and see how the application has improved. And then start to build this custom color component. So what I mean by that is that currently I'm using this default component that comes with um, comes with HTML, and it's fine, but some things are a little bit weird. Like here, if I'm pressing escape now, seems like it's reverting to the previous value and then it's closing. This is something a little bit weird behavior that I don't really like or understand. So somehow it cancels out any change that I do here if I press escape. And somehow my thought would be that it shouldn't do that. Because if you think about the user interface, sure, undoing something is important, and maybe you could do it like that. But if you fidget with these colors very much and then want to close this, thinking that you have changed that color, you revert to the previous color and you lose whatever nice one that you have found. Enter is the thing that selects it. So it's a nice thing. Pressing enter actually closes this tool and selects it, which is nice. But I think that in the mind of many people, when they want to close this, escape is one button on the keyboard that they might use, thinking that, okay, I'm done selecting this specific color, time to press escape and close it. Time to close it, and maybe escape is one option, and then it reverts. So it's something that I consider bad user behavior. I don't know if I'm the only one. I really haven't ever considered making one of these myself. The other reason why I want to do one of these tools here is because I don't have a way to select transparency, the alpha. So two reasons. I would like to be able to select the color that is transparent. Like now, if I'm going to draw a rectangle here, let's give it a fill color as well. And if it's over that, I would like to be able to see what is beneath it if I select the transparent color. And it looks like, I don't know, does this let me type an alpha here? No. So it only works with opaque colors. And supporting transparency, I think, is something important, something I want to add into this application. Yeah, so those are two reasons. And I think there are more. Let me think. On mobile, I really haven't made this application with mobile in mind at all until now. But I did make a quick fix yesterday because the application would just not work at all on mobile without some change here. And yeah, so now it kind of works on mobile, and I can draw on it like some kind of shape like this. And I can't really select it unless I use this vertical mode. So it's fidgety, it's not very good, this mobile interface at the moment. But it's something. When I click this box, this one that you see here for selecting color, this is what comes up. So this component for selecting the color on Android, at least on mine, looks very different, and seems to be possible maybe to select individual hues and I don't really know how it works. I've never used it before, but okay, if I move this value at the bottom, colors start to appear. It's okay, a little bit fidgety, but very different from the web experience. So if I would need to ever focus on making this application for the phone, I would like to have the same experience, not have it work differently in different parts. So 3 reasons why I want to make this standalone component. Now, more reasons are very personal, so to speak, not necessarily improving the quality of the application, but I want to show how somebody might contribute to this project even though they are not familiar with the giant code base that starts to grow. And making these kind of individual tools like this color selector that I'm going to build today, maybe start building today. I don't know how good it's going to be by the end, if it's done or if it's still going to need some work. Making that can be done essentially in its own project, and you don't even need to open this one, and then you could import it into this one like a library or a package. So showing that it's possible to contribute here by making something that doesn't depend too much, at least, on other things in the application is also one reason. So a 4th reason for doing this. And of course, as I said before, I want the stream to be somehow self-contained, so I'm not relying too much on other parts of the code here. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And just to give an example of other things that could be done here instead of the color component, that is something like, you can see that it's a separate thing, right? Like you could use it in other applications as well. Another example of thing that I would like to have eventually is gradients. We don't support gradients at the moment, So a component for selecting handling gradients is also something that would be, I think, quite nice to have in this application. So yeah, of course, there is in the code somewhere also this tasks txt, and this color picker is something I want to do now. But if you think about aligning or distributing shapes, this is also some feature that somebody could add if they want to try their skills. Um, this one might be challenging. Mm, adding better tools for drawing curves, essentially. And then some things are not that hard, like control drag for duplicate. It requires you know the current structure and the events and how they work, but basically at the moment duplicating a shape is not so nice. You either press this button and then you can move it around like this, the duplicated one, or Control C, Control V has the same effect here. But control and dragging the shape is also something that is common in many applications. So this was one idea. And a few other things. I don't know if all of these need to be here, but they are just ideas for somebody who wants to do something. And of course, I just mentioned that gradient tool as well. Okay, now before we start, before we start coding, I'm going to have a brief look at these contributions. So since last time, have a look and see what has been happening. And I think that I'm going to go to the GitHub page and look at these commits here. And let's see the date. I don't really remember when the last stream was, but this is something I think it was in the last stream already. Yeah, I think that here is the place where we can start. And hello, everybody. Ahmed, Juned. Okay, hi. And Vlad, hello. So, yeah, what have these things been? Yusuf has made this line tool, and I've added, yeah, he improved his text shape for that. He needed to also implement a line tool because the math for that wasn't easy, and I think he benefited from a simple tool there. So the line tool is this one here, and you just draw lines like this. Let's make it obvious what this line is. So you can draw them like so. And the text tool has had serious improvements as well. So now it says here, enter text here. The line thickness is very thick, so you can't really see very well. But I think now it's clearer how this tool works. And if you click on it, I think, was it double click, or I don't remember how you were editing it anymore. I wonder if something, it might have broken something. Yeah, I remember a little bit, because here I still have to accept some pull requests and maybe even update the code on my laptop here. Let's see. Yeah, probably that might fix it. I remember Yusuf and Pieter having some discussions about this. By the way, discussions about this happen in GitHub in the history. You can check those out, but also on the Discord, we discuss different things about the application. Maybe I want to update the code so that I have the recent version and then issues like this don't happen anymore. I have a feeling that this one has been fixed since last time. So I can't seem to edit this text anymore by clicking it in this version. And yeah, let's look first at these, get them out of the way, and then continue with all the other updates and do the review. And hopefully in less than an hour, I can start coding. Let's see. So some other updates for these Retina screens. I think Mac-related software, it was looking blurry, and then Pieter added the solution for that, but there were some issues, like some pieces of code needed to work with that. Like, for example, this cursor that is blinking and you can edit the text. That one also had to scale the canvas in such a way that this pixel density is not messing up the coordinates, if I understood correctly what the issues were. But relatively small changes, like here, dividing by this ratio, I think fixed the issue. And yeah, so essentially just creating new values for the y had to be scaled by that one. Let's accept this one. It's a very small thing here. And then look at the others. So the next one is this one for the cursor position. I think this is the one that was the reason why my code was broken. I read these things very briefly in the morning, but let's have a look at the code real quick. So, okay. Aha. So before it wasn't possible to exit this with escape. I think this is a separate improvement there. And this seems to look like this special scaling for the handling the different pixel densities. Yeah, this looks good. And there was also a discussion about avoiding to do these things everywhere in some way, and that maybe this get adjusted position should take the responsibility for all this scaling. And yeah, it's something that I agree. But these many updates that have been happening meanwhile have been so nice that like these small issues, if it's on the to-do list, then eventually they will get done. And I'm not worried about accepting something that maybe it's not implemented in the best way. Okay, so actually this has improved a little bit already because Yusuf was helping. Yeah, okay, I'm a little bit behind here. But this was fine, I think so. And then this, I think, is unrelated. It's some new thing. So it looks like pressing shift while dragging to force them to only move vertical or horizontal direction. So now, if you want to move just vertically, it's very difficult. Many applications, if you hold shift, would prevent it to move horizontal in this stage. Or if you start moving horizontal, it's not going to change its vertical position. You could change these in a nice way, like vertically you could increase this Y or decrease this Y like this. But sometimes people want to do it much faster than pressing these buttons or typing here some different number. So many people like to rely on their mouse or pen or whatever to do these changes. So let's have a look at how Pieter improved this. And also arrow keys can be used to move the shapes. And apparently plus shift for bigger steps. So those are also common behaviors. If you want this to move up or down, just press the arrow keys. At the moment it does nothing. And maybe, yeah, like maybe it can move by 1 unit if you press up and down, left or right. And then if you hold shift, maybe 10 or something more like that. Let's see also this improvement, how it was implemented. And okay, this actually links to this device pixel ratio again. Or no, it's just some formatting. It's formatted on 2 lines, I think. So nothing changed there. Move callback. Yeah. So essentially, if the shift key is on when moving, the difference on Y or X is set to 0 depending on which one of them you're trying to do. So I would probably implement in exactly the same way. Really nice. And then callback here. Where is this one implemented? This is something totally new. Key callback. Okay, arrow up, down, left, and right. And then with the shift key, seems to be exactly what I'm expecting. So what I was describing previously. 1 unit changes here. So using the vector arrow up, down are changing the second dimension here, -1 or 1. And then left and right change the first dimension, and if the shift key is there, this vector is scaled by 10, so these become essentially -10, +10, -10, +10. And looping through all the shapes, all the selected shapes, and doing that change. Yeah, this looks very good and very kind of self-contained. Very few files are changed or parts of the code are changed. It's very easy to accept this one. So let's add this one as well and update the code on my computer to see if that if those errors with the text editing are still happening. I think that they should be fixed with this new update. So yeah, let's sit here. Seems so. Okay, and now let's try the text tool. Let's reduce this a little bit, change the colors. I don't remember how it was previously, but something like that. And now if I click here, yeah, now it starts to work. So the text is very improved. I think it has this possibility to move the cursor up and down, and there are some issues now with this implementation that allows us to move the shapes. So it's just normal. We have now this possibility to move the shapes. Oh, interesting. To move the shapes up and down with the keyboard. But now inside of the text component, when I press up and down, I wouldn't like to move this, but it does move. I am moving the text component together with the cursor, and this is an unwanted behavior. So if the text is in edit mode, it shouldn't move it like that. And bigger steps if I hold shift there. But the minor thing, I think it's not very complicated to fix. Maybe I'll try to do it in a second. But anyway, so this component is quite nice now and also works well when it's tilted like this. So this is the reason why Yusuf implemented the line tool, because it made the math somehow more isolated and he could use it there. Test some things with this tool and then figure out what is the location of the cursor or where the cursor would need to move to make this behavior nice when editing the text there. Okay, so let me remove that and back to the updates here. So the text shape, I added shortcut for the line tool. This is just so that if you press L, it selects this. So we have shortcuts for all of these tools there, like the rectangle or the oval selection. I don't need to press these directly. If I know what are the shortcuts for them, then I can use that. And let's go back here. Stage resize from properties. I did something small here, like if you play with these, the stage changes size. Somebody proposed last time that we would be able to do this. If nothing is selected, then the stage itself could be changed with these properties, and it wasn't very difficult to do. Then stroke thickness in handle, I don't really remember what this was. Okay. These handles that I'm drawing here, I forgot to make the stroke thickness. So for these small squares here, it was not consistent when resizing when zooming in and out, this thickness was also changing. So I had to fix it. I think there was a mistake. It was this multiplication instead of division or something very small, nothing serious. And then Pieter started doing a lot of crazy stuff. So better shortcut manager and moving the shortcuts in the tools themselves. So Pieter was doing very much refactoring, like a very tedious job. And I really recommend checking his updates because the code structure has improved significantly after his updates. So quite many lines being changed here, and the code is easier to read, and also some kind of nice things that weren't there before, like the key that is making the that is enabling the shortcut is being printed here in these tooltips in the parentheses. Very small things there, but very valuable, and the code has been changed significantly. So I'm not going to go through all these changes. You have to look and compare and see. how it is different than before, but I really liked this update. And another one for the panel, for this properties panel. Okay. Yeah, so this was big one. And then, of course, after this update, there were some small issues, and usually this comes like figuring out what is wrong with the updates and fixing them somehow. I think this is more about capturing inputs to the text field. Yeah, there were some issues with the text field and these inputs. I don't remember exactly what this is doing, and maybe I don't want to look into it now. Feels like I should know. I knew at some point. So I just can't let it go. Yeah, not sure. Seems like improvements to the text align, some changes there, like this one aligning left or right. This is also a nice feature, but really, I can't say exactly what this one did. Some changes are just like formatting things. Yeah, let's just leave it as something small. Small fix. History by layer. Now, this is some kind of something that we don't know if it's a good idea or not. But Yusuf has this idea that if we do modifications on some layer, like this, then do modifications on some other layer. If we select the layer that we want to work on, like layer 2 in this case, undo and redo should only affect those. So now I'm undoing again and again, but it's not changing anything else. It's changing just what this one layer's history has been. So if I want to go to layer 3 and undo, I can undo that one, redo that one. And layer 1, it's going to undo things that we have been doing here, like with the text and those other shapes. So I don't know. This is not really a common behavior in other applications, but we decided to test this kind of multiple undo, redo branches to see how it works. Yusuf pointed out benefits like if you accidentally delete a layer, this one, then there's no way to get it back because undo is now layer specific and that layer is gone. So in the previous implementation before this update, it would be possible to do that, and now it's not. I don't know. So we have to look at benefits and downsides of these things. And then very small things I did here. Improved UI consistency. This was actually a big one, I think. Yeah, this was a bigger update. So I have made these icons. I have made these icons everywhere in the application, so it's not using emojis anymore. That's what we were using previously. And these icons are just drawings that I have drawn here. So things like that. If you open these JSON files, like for one of these drawings, let's say this export JSON, so this image, then you can modify this icon if you want. So all these icons were just drawn mostly with the path tool inside of this application. So the icons were made in the application itself, and it uses also the text sometimes, but these are all just paths that were created with the tool itself. So this is also something that has been this has been happening. Yeah, and then very small things. So at some point, this layer had the minus here at the bottom to remove it, and then I decided that maybe this trash is a better icon. We have it here already for deleting. So if you have some shapes selected, okay, I'm not on the correct layer. If I have some shapes selected, this button deletes them and this button removes the layer. The minus looked a little funny because it was just like a rectangle here, and this plus is clear, but that minus there, I don't know, it just didn't work for me. So very small change there. And then more improvements to the text shape. And really, you have to read these if you want to see what they were and how they were implemented, because otherwise the whole stream today just goes explaining what these have been. And it was 2 weeks ago, so that's why I don't remember anymore exactly what these were, especially when I wasn't the one doing it. And yeah, this was one big one. I think I was somehow suggesting it that now when you use this text tool, yeah, quite confusing when when both of those are not selected. Nothing seems to be added there, but something was added there. So before, when you would click on this, it would immediately enable this cursor blinking, which wouldn't be horrible, but it meant that if you want to delete this, you had to click on it. If you would click on it and you would press delete, it would just remove one letter, and that was kind of annoying. You could have selected it like this and delete, as Yusuf was pointing out, but really, this kind of behavior where you click a second time for this cursor to appear is quite expected in these kind of applications, I think. So something like this has been done in this update. That text editing tool is becoming amazing. Like, think about it. We are not using any existing components for doing this, and it starts to look like a text editor. And the issues with it now are very minor, like this one, that it moves around when I do up and down. Again, it should be something that only happens in this state when I don't have the cursor blinking. But when the cursor blinks, then those listeners should be disabled somehow. Yeah, and then this one, this is like big thing, really big thing. So here we have very many updates, and the properties panel has been divided into sections. So now we have a section on the colors, on the filters, layers, panels. Okay. The properties section and the text section. So this panel section, I think this is the thing that is like the superclass for all the other ones. And Pieter has made it so that the properties panel is not anymore a static class, but you initialize it. So that's why many of these codes change now from capital P properties panel to lowercase p properties panel. So it's now an instance there. And this is great. I don't know the reason why I implemented it like that. Probably part of the reason was thinking that it's only one and maybe it's fine. But the main reason was most likely that I wanted to get stuff done during the stream, so I sped up and didn't think about it enough. And now this refactoring, I've been pushing in past streams that somebody does it or that I do it, but looks like eventually I wasn't able to do it. Not enough time. And honestly, check this update out. So it's great. It's really well implemented. And I think that Pieter did a better job here than I could do. So I'm learning here as well. I'm not just showing you how I do the things. I'm also improving my skills here. And another thing that he pointed out and I didn't know about was if you want to test the application as if it's on some device, like maybe iPhone in this case, then you can use this tool in the developer tools, and I knew that. But what I didn't know is that you can go to edit here, and then from the devices, I don't know why I'm not seeing the right side of the screen. Okay, you can create a custom device, and you can also simulate these different pixel ratios. So I didn't have those retina displays, and it is possible to test those kind of applications, those kind of devices, or create your own device with specific properties there. So I didn't know about this feature in the developer tools, and I also learned it from him. And yeah, in this update, he did, I think, most of the code changes. So it wasn't me or Yusuf. I think Yusuf might have done quite many updates when he built his text tool at some point. But yeah, this is really nice, and there is no more that nasty hard-coded strings inside of the properties panel. Let me see if I can still find how it used to be before that. This is hard to navigate, and I think that it might not be very easy to find the change. Okay, looks like also this one, it doesn't show me the difference. Yeah, these kind of things, like strings of calling static functions here, crazy stuff. It was very annoying. And you see how this properties panel class is now extremely small, like all of this red stuff that almost everywhere I look, I see something I don't like has been replaced with something that is much clearer. So here you have actual function calls between the things. It's not anymore those hard-coded strings there. And do check it out. I really recommend looking at this and comparing with the previous one and seeing what the updates are. It's very easy to update things there. And how to say, when you get code update, like refactoring update, it tends to go overlooked because it looks the same in the end result. But there is one difference, this possibility to collapse these. So I like the way that Pieter is doing these things. Like, he didn't just clean up my messy code, he also added a little bit of extra functionality. And I think that's just really nice. Okay, so that was this one, the big one, with the properties panel. And then fixing this blurriness, it's just scaling the canvas in a certain way. Honestly, when I got the issue that has to be done at some point, I knew it's not going to be very straightforward. Um, I think I tried to do it briefly, and then I had other things to do, so I undid the change. Because after this, there were these kind of issues, like some more issues happening with this with these pixel ratios there, because many of the much of the code was relying on coordinate calculations and whatever on an unscaled canvas, or scaled just by what the viewport was doing when it was getting that adjusted position. And somehow I was delaying to do that because I didn't have devices to test. That's one reason, a very important reason. I didn't know that thing about the developer tools allowing me to test such things. And then yeah, I just was scared, but he was not. Okay, let's see the chat a little bit because I think Pieter is there and Yusuf is there, so I'm mentioning them and I have to look at the chat. So, okay, Teolag, hi from Sweden. That's nearby. Oh yeah, you were one of those that got the free memberships. Yeah, I gifted some memberships. Seems like I can gift memberships nowadays. I know how to do it, but who gets them randomly, and I think I'm limited to once a month, and I can't do it anymore this month, so maybe next year if I have when I have the next stream. I don't think I stream in December this year. And then okay, Ivan from Thailand. Hi. Yusuf is there. uh, in Conva, the transformer resizes from the selected handler and behaves in a better way. Okay. Transformer, maybe you mean this one, this gizmo, or how I call it. Why can't I move this shape? Why can't I move shapes? Okay, let's refresh. I can move this shape. I can move this shape. I think some weird bug was happening. Let's keep an eye out if we can reproduce. So transformer always resizes from the selected. Ah, okay. I know. I think I know what you mean. I can try opening that conva, but I think what you mean is that maybe this bottom left corner stays static when resizing it, something like that. Like if I resize it here, this side and this side, maybe it doesn't move. And I think that's some behavior. But when I drew this one, I don't know, maybe animate. I can open Adobe Animate and compare with that one. So just a second. I thought that I would like to adjust this control point. And I still think that that's going to be one future update. So if you think, okay, I don't know what that was, but hopefully nothing critical. So if you think about this software, so this behaves like ours does. But now if I move this control point here in the bottom left corner, this behaves, I assume, like what Conva does. Maybe I can open it and compare. So really, in practice, I would like to have both behaviors. And when I drew that, okay, this is actually something else. I'm not sure if this is what you mean, but I remember at some point seeing this dragging library for the canvas. So it's part of this. Okay. Yeah, it is like that. So it's exactly like that. The other two things stay static. But there are times when I want this application to look like that. Like I was using my our drawing app to draw a floor plan the other day for some other crazy project. And what I ended up doing is I focused just on these fields like that. Like this is a room, this is a corridor, and whatever. And this is maybe another room now, and let's draw another one here like so, and another one here like so. And I thought about how would I make now the walls visible here. And I ended up copying this and pasting it in a separate layer. So now this other layer has the same things as before, but let's have them with a different color. And now actually changing this like that makes the walls appear. Now, some of these walls, of course, they don't have exactly the same thickness as I want. Like maybe here, the thickness should be preserved. So now all of these changes that I'm doing now are proportional in some way to the size and how much it changes proportionally to the object. But look at this. I was able to get this drawing, how to say, this floor plan with very few clicks and some minor edits here because of that issue there, because all of the items scaled to the center point. And I don't know. I think that I don't want to just make all of these gizmos or transform boxes behave in the previous way, because then I lose this possibility to use the application in this way. And I kind of like it. And yeah. So I think at some point this point will be movable, and then we could have the same behavior with an extra click, which is an extra click. So yeah, this one, if you really like this implementation, this behavior, then this is better. It's going to be easier to use than ours. But if you want to have a little bit more flexibility, I think ours will be better, and you could do some things like this with less work, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, a good idea. And of course, it could also be a setting. Like we have now settings for the way we select things. It's enough to intersect the things. But if you look in the code, then I think somewhere in the main at the top, there is a possibility to have this rectangular selection to be containment instead. So in that case, let me save this floor plan. Refresh, and I'm going to open the floor plan from here. And now if I try to select things, it doesn't work. It needs to actually contain the thing to select the thing. So maybe we could consider something like that. So gizmo anchor point or resize strategy. Or revise. Support multiple resize strategies. I will remember what this is. Maybe conva. And let's put here Shmuel. I don't know how to pronounce this name. Okay. Let's keep it in mind. All right. Yeah, hi, Peter. So yes, you did fix and it's working good. So I was behind with my version of the app and that text was somehow broken. Thanks for the update. And all the updates. It's really great. I'm so happy that I'm not responsible for major changes anymore. And really, I learned some things from you, so it's really great. Uh, yeah, okay. So I think we talked about that. Hello, Yusuf. Hello, Somal. You already fixed the text movement, really. Okay, yeah. Let's see if I would have known how to do it. Okay, so like that. Can I expand a little bit more up, down? Yeah, so you don't do the callback if the cursor is in this editing mode. I think I would have done a similar thing. Or, yeah, probably I would have thought about the same solution. Or would I have thought some stupider thing? I was thinking to exclude from these selected shapes the text tool. So if the that's what I was thinking when talking random stuff. So I was thinking like if there are multiple selections like this. Ah, no, it wouldn't have worked because this editing text doesn't work with multiple selections. So yeah, I would have ended up probably doing your implementation there. Okay, great. So you fixed it. Let's see it in action. Mhm. Yeah, it doesn't seem to do that anymore. And I can move the cursor here inside of this text editor up and down and left and right. And if I just select this one, so the cursor is not there, then the arrows do change and the shift still works. So thanks a lot. Is it like Peter? I am confused with names. So thanks for telling me that because yeah, best to know. Okay. Great for multiplayer. What is great for multiplayer? And hello, Pragyan. I'm going to have a tough time pronouncing. Okay. Oh, okay. So you wanted to add a feature to the application. You wanted to do the collapse, and then you saw the code is horrible. You couldn't do the collapse because it would have been too much work. And then you did much work that ended up being really beneficial somehow, and the collapse. So that tends to be the case. I think so too. Um, but it's good. It's always good if your boss is asking for updates and you don't just say for 1 week, all I've done was refactoring code, because sometimes they might not understand what that means and thinking it's slacking off. But of course, the other developers can somehow support you, and it's not really like that. Okay, great. Okay, and Z-Tech from Morocco. And morning. Yeah, Flash is now this animate, um, and you could change that. And I think that this flexibility is really nice. I mean, I don't know how important it is for drawing applications, but if you think about the animation mm, features that Flash has, being able to change this anchor point meant that you could have like somebody's mm, arms could be like that, so these ones could be like that, and then the body could be maybe something like this. And now, if you think about animating this character, because those anchor points were moving, then these arms are moving in this kind of a nice way. And it had more features for doing that, and it still has, but I haven't been doing animation work since forever. So yeah, for these things, it's really useful. For just doing drawings, I don't know if this is that useful, but this is kind of like what I had in mind as soon as I saw that center point in our application, like being able to see it here, it instantly reminded me about that functionality. And that's why I eventually thought that maybe this scaling is going to depend on its position. So yeah, resize the selected handler by default. And when holding, oh, really? So, hmm. But now shift has a different purpose here. And I think control, okay, control has no purpose here. But shift preserves the aspect ratio. So you mean that by default, it would look like this, but if shift would be pressed, it would act like this. Yeah, that might be the hotkey for it. So maybe maybe something like that. Okay, great. Tail at the start and end. I really don't know what that means. Do you mean that like this pressure sensitivity would be taken into account? Yeah, okay. You mean that your line drawing would look like if you draw one line? Hmm. Okay, this is selected. Maybe it's not something that I want. Yeah, so do you mean that this would be the so-called so-called tail? Control A and selecting the text. This tool is horrible in the sense that it's so much work to get it to be like you expect it to be. Uh, Yusuf is extremely brave for trying to make this tool, this text editing tool, good. I would have given up. I think I would have tried some kind of other solution here. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how I would make the pressure sensitivity, but so when making this application, we had this. I had this desire to be able to do vector operations, so scale things as much as I want and not work with pixels. Those tails tend to be raster artifacts. Like you start to do the pixels in that way, modify the pixels. It's not impossible to define this curve as like a path with a fill and then do the curves on the inside and on the outside, but it's not straightforward to do. But if you think about Photoshop, it has that what is it called? Those brushes, like those brush selections, and your brush can look like anything, like I don't know, snowflakes or something, and that's very easy to implement if you think about raster applications. Uh, because you just put the pixels there and it's there. And I would know how to implement this really quickly without heavy mathematics if I would enable that feature for our raster types. We already support those because I implemented those filters for background removal. So I think it's this one if it still works. So some kind of raster stuff is there. And actually, Yusuf has improved this functionality. When I'm dragging this, it's not reapplying the filter each time. There is one update here. Where he is caching it. This is also nice. And I started doing it in the stream, but he did it till the end. And that's why now this application is really, really nice. And you can stack on top of them more filters. So if you want to do another, like now, if I increase the threshold here, you see it starts eating from the subject. So you don't want that. But maybe you can add another type of green, like from this darker one here, close to probably the shadow from behind. And then that one modify the slider a little bit, and you can see how you can refine it and get better results. I think this yeah. Peter also added here this, which is really nice for the stroke thickness, and I would like it here, but eventually I think we will come up to some better way than these mini sliders. Let's see someday. But yeah, so this is now much better, and of course you could add a third one, like if these are not enough, so something like this. Like start targeting the color specifically. So it's tedious to do the background removal at the moment, but not horrible, and the end result is, I think, acceptable. So this looks really nice. And I used this to make thumbnails for maybe 10 future videos already. I think I showed it in the last stream. So it's quite useful already, this this tool, even though some bugs are there, and some of these features like in modern Photoshop, you just press one button and it does this automatically, like with some AI figuring out what the subject is. Yeah, okay, so I'm sure that it's possible to do this also with other things like Illustrator, so then in vector form. A little bit unrelated, but you know, in this self-driving car phase 2 course with the virtual world, we work with paths in a way because we draw those so when creating the graph there, the road network for this one, each road segment, like what you see here, is like a rounded, like a polygon with, oh, I think I'm loading some bad version of the network from local storage. But crazy driving there. Let's see now if the local storage is clear and if this car waits for this other one. Yeah, okay. So all of these shapes that are creating this road are rounded corner polygons. And then we implemented that kind of union operation where they are merged and then the intersecting points are kept. So this could be implemented in this case, but then the beginning part of the road would be thinner, and then the end part of the road would be also thinner. And it might not look great when they intersect, like there might be kind of a transition from the smaller to the thicker. But if you use many points and you do that transition small enough, I think it could look like you want. Just to be clear, I don't know how to implement what you're asking, but I could implement something similar with what I know already. So I could give it a try, but very likely what I would do is I would look up if somebody has done it already and then learn that approach. So knowing things can help, but this thing, what we are using here is, yeah, so I can actually simulate in PowerPoint what I mean. Essentially, PowerPoint can do this. So if you think about my road segments there looking like this, what that algorithm that we're using in the course is doing is that when many of them are like so, if you select multiple things in PowerPoint, you have this merge shapes and union option. So this becomes a single shape now where, not that, where all of these control points here are part of the same shape. And if you undo in this case and make the end of your tail thinner and thinner and thinner, so something like this, then basically it kind of looks like that. So especially if you think about this being a very thin line. So it kind of looks like that. But there are these annoying artifacts here, and that means that the vector representation is going to have a bunch of points defining this kind of thinning. So I wouldn't implement it this way. I would try to figure out how to use splines to define the shape of the curve instead. So, and that might be easier to do after this implementation is done. So essentially what I mean when I'm thinking about this, thinking about how I would solve this problem, is we are lacking at the moment the possibility to draw curves, smooth curves, like having these Bezier handles, for example. And when we will have this kind of functionality in the application, then having that line look thicker or thinner towards the ends really just means oh, something bad happened. Why can't I add a new point here? Okay, I can add it maybe here. Yeah, so basically what I would like to do is programmatically, yeah, this editing tool is not that great. We can do better at some point. But basically programmatically do this if we have the input like this. Okay, this doesn't seem to match at all. So your mouse is drawing this middle section that I'm now doing, and somehow the mathematics needs to figure out these control points along this path, and that comes from pressure sensitivity or for some simple rule that close to the end, that at the end you have a single point, but then close to it at some point you start to have points along the side. And now these curves here, they pass through those points. That means that these handles have to be collinear with the point itself. Otherwise, it looks like a pointy tip. But I'm quite sure I would know how to implement this. This also, maybe similar to how I did those railroad tracks in the train simulation video. There's some video on the channel. So the train tracks given some path, I was taking points like this and then drawing those sleepers from one side to the other. Again, I don't think that this is the best way to implement this because it's such a common thing that probably a lot of people have worked on it and documented it in some way. But if I wouldn't do any research, these two things would come to mind as something I would try to do. Okay. Yeah. Ninja Coder, you missed a lot. it's quite useful. I really think it's very useful. So we can do now this combined raster manipulation with this background removal, and then the other stuff is still vector. But actually, if you want these vectors to become raster, it's very easy to do. You just save as an image. So if you want, you can save as an image, and then load this image instead. So this one, and now everything here is raster. So you could do crazy stuff like, I don't know, boring crazy stuff like background removal for this red color, maybe. Oh yeah, this tool I don't like it. So enter now. Enter doesn't close it. How do I close this one with this setting? So not that one. Okay. So see how I'm removing that rectangle there with this other system, these filters. And at some point it starts to remove also the tail. It's a little bit different red. But anyway, so we can do both raster and vector manipulation if you really want. And this is very similar to what PowerPoint can do as well, because if you copy things there, you can right click and paste as an image. So this is now pixel based here. If you zoom in, you can start to see these artifacts a little bit. So this is something that you could use to do background removal in PowerPoint as well. And that's also something that I really want to have in this application, the possibility to do both. Because if you think about Photoshop, it's really targeting these kind of raster manipulation, and Illustrator is made for the other thing, and PowerPoint kind of has a mix of both functionalities, and I like that. But there are some things that I just don't like. I think we can do better eventually, and I think I showed them in previous streams, but yeah, like now I'm grouping this object, and then after I grouped this object, this is the bounding box that I get for it. So this bounding box for this object looks weird, and resizing it like this does something weird. Like I don't like it. And okay, clicking inside still gives me access to the previous things, but some of these things that happen here are very counterintuitive, and I think that eventually we'll find some better solution for those. Okay, yeah. Aha. What is this? Krita or I've never used it. I'm gonna have to try it out, but looks like it's not web based, so or at least I have to install. The canvas so high res, I think we have Peter to thank for that. So all these previous updates were where pixel ratio and retina screens are involved might be something that you want to look at. So recent updates in the last few days. You can check those kind of updates there. So it starts with this one, and you might have been using one of these retina screens, and that's why you were seeing blurriness. And I would say that this is the reason. But check it out. It involves scaling the canvas. So you basically have your canvas, let's say, double the size and then squish it back, and it kind of looks like it has more pixels. So it depends on this thing there. Okay, but I think that I am done somehow catching up and briefly explaining these updates. Yeah, I think that this is anyway a usable application now, and with this new interface where the buttons are more clear and things kind of look like in other applications, people, how to say, they can understand what you're doing, what the application is supposed to do. So I think at the moment the application is a little bit more usable by somebody who has no idea about the code and this thing. Because in the previous version from the last stream, I could tell looking at it that there are so many things you need to know about that are still not polished enough or not yet as usable as I wanted to. That a random newcomer would be like, this is crap. It has nothing. Nothing works because everything was working in a bad way. But now it's I think a little bit better. It's it's far from perfect. One thing that I really don't like is that immediately when you start drawing here, it has black and white colors, and you're drawing it, but you might not know that it has a fill by default because of that. And this is one thing that the random user popping into this application will have no idea what these are. Of course, it says there fill if you hover it, but fill what? And what is this fill color? Fill, aha, okay, so maybe you can remove the fill by doing that. But normal applications, normal applications, I think I still have animate here. Like if it doesn't have a fill, it doesn't have a separate place for it. It has a nice button here that if you press it, it shows this kind of visualization that it's an empty fill. So actually, fifth reason or sixth reason or whatever would be why I want to make my own color chooser is that now I need two things to tell that there is a fill and it's not a fill, instead of having that cut line appearing there. So it makes things more compact. And you saw here inside of Animate this this color choosing place is this big. Like as big as two of these buttons. As big as two buttons like this, and it's doing everything here. All of these things. I think it's not doing the line width. Yeah, the line width is not here. It's part of something else, maybe. And by the way, so many ways of choosing color here. I tend to think they are just confusing. But line width is here. Okay, properties. Fill is kind of duplicated here. It has its own version on the right there. Here I can change also the transparency. So looks like the tool for selecting transparency in this animate is not, oh, it's also here. Okay. It's also here and also here. I don't think that we will need this part from here. Maybe only for the stroke size. I mean, all of this part from up here, all it does is it makes changing the alpha values one click fewer for it, because you don't have to go here and do this. You can do this like so, but it uses 2 rows in this properties panel there. So I think that we might just keep here something for the stroke style. It really depends what we want to do with it, because at the moment our application only supports setting the thickness. But maybe it deserves its own thing, like a very big slider here for selecting the thickness would be very nice to have. And I don't really see a need to have these buttons here. Maybe they will eventually go here. I don't know. I kind of like this. I'm also very used to this. Like if you see this and you see these buttons for toggling or resetting these values, I think this has improved somehow in later years, because this stroke color has just the outline drawn here, and this is the fill. I think in the past they used to be just 2 squares next to each other, so you wouldn't know which is the stroke and which is the fill. But now I think this has become a little bit better. Now, some other applications like this one, they clearly state this is the fill, this is the outline, so you don't make this mistake. And the more you use some application, like let's say you use Animate, you will learn which is which. But because they made this small change here for displaying the stroke, not like a full square like this, but one where the outline is visible, they tell you which is which, even if you haven't used this application before. So it's more user-friendly than what I kind of remember from previous versions of this software. Yeah. Okay. Hello, developer.js. Yeah, I think I've seen many comments from you recently, so welcome to the channel. Yeah, layers functionality, I think it was done using a live during one of the live streams. So the live streams, I think I remembered to rename them somehow. That. So they say some things here like what happens in that live stream at the end, and I think layers is in this one. I vaguely remember that after this refactoring, I also did some things off screen because it was taking too long to do refactoring in the live stream, and then I wanted to do also something more real. So it could be that I have added some kind of code for the layers off screen, but then I have implemented it. I have explained it in the beginning of this one and then implemented layers on top of that. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think that now the reasons for why I want this have our own color component are becoming more and more. So yeah, this is when I forgot that if you want to hide the stroke or hide the you have no stroke or no fill, it's the current implementation here using these default components doesn't let me have a stroke like a that kind of red line on top of it. So yeah, it's I think it's worth to implement our own system for it. Right. So I'll begin with that. Um, Maybe I eat something quickly and then start to do some coding. How long time did it pass already? Very long. Oh no. I think I have until 2 o'clock today time, so basically 2 hours time to get uh, some kind of component implemented there. I hope I will have something usable by the end and not just keep the application with this current one. Let's see. I've never made this before, so I have no idea how it's going to go. And I'm a little bit worried. But I think I want to mimic this one. And I don't know if I want to use these swatches here. Oh, and the gradients seem to be... There seem to be some gradients also here. Yeah, this is also something like if you want to display the gradient here, the current solution doesn't work. So maybe in the future when we do have gradients there, we can update whatever we do today to display the gradient in a small window as well. Okay, so done with the contributions. And now this color component stuff. I like the way that this selection is happening here. Like the hue in some place. And then this other window here controlling the saturation and the lightness, I think. So setting the hue from this kind of bar and then saturation lightness from this kind of thing there. I like this in a way, but I would really like to be able to have this one directly. Like copy different codes there. Here you see the code appearing at the top here. But if something that isn't a code is there, like this one, like this gradient, then that code disappears. So something to think about. And then this alpha here. Yeah, I really want the transparency of the color to be inside of this as well, because otherwise it would mean that both of these need another slider here for transparency, and I don't want that. So setting something without the fill and without the stroke should be inside of this as well. And the alpha should be inside of this as well. And I think that at the moment I will only have maybe this one because I think it's the most useful. And these two things for selecting this and selecting this, I think those are the most important things that I like. And then maybe somebody wants to make better, have different ideas. I also like this very much, like these, because there are a few colors like pure blue that I use a lot when I highlight different things, usually when I make PowerPoint slides, but anyway. Pure red, I can find it. I can clearly see where they are. Then pure green, I can see them there. And reusing the same color again and again has some benefits. So having them listed here is one way of quickly of remembering where you clicked on. Like this red, I remember it's the one in the middle, and so on. So I kind of like this kind of interface also, and maybe we can make also this, or I don't know. This full control is really good. And this seems to be some stranger one, so it's not the same as the one here. I kind of like this one more than thinking about how to combine yellow, red, and magenta here. So it's kind of weird. So it looks like the lightness is here. This is a more complex one. I don't know what color space this is. But anyway, this application has so many of them that, and this is another place where you can select these. So okay, this one where the hue is selected looks like the one in that default component for the web. Saturation. Okay, so many ways of displaying, visualizing colors that. So what is this red here? When I have this red selected, okay, so somehow green and blue are now present here, but red is removed. But when red is also added, then green becomes yellow, blue becomes magenta or something. And I think that for some reason the bottom part of the screen is missing. Yeah, I'm not going to bother too much with these. I will just implement something similar to this because those are way too sophisticated, I think. Aha, Javi. I think that's how you pronounce the name. Welcome back. Okay. The JavaScript master is learning a lot. Okay. Google Slides. sure why I'm not signed in. So how to add custom colors. Mhm. I think that this is okay. This is the fill, and transparent is just like see-through, but it doesn't control the opacity. Custom color. Aha. So this is for the alpha. And this is for the hue. This is nice. It's very similar to the one already there. The hex is here. Yeah, let's use this one as a basis. Otherwise, very similar to that one. So selecting the hue from this one and the alpha from this one. And they use this checkered pattern here for showing you that it's transparent. How does animate show that something is transparent? It just draws it transparent, and there is also some kind of checkered pattern behind it. Okay. Nice. So this part, what I'm doing now, on purpose, I don't know about how to build such a tool because I want to somehow give this kind of idea of how you start doing something like this without having it done before. You look at examples from different applications. You take what you like, or maybe combine what you like with what you know how to implement. And I don't know if I know how to implement all of these things, but some things I think are doable. Okay, so maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to use this panel here to show those, to build components like these ones here. All of them. Because I want to somehow speed up the time here. And I'm going to use this placeholder for now, and then eventually make some components here that open that panel in like a separate panel or whatever. But this is now my placeholder where I'm going to work. And yeah, I don't want this. Maybe I want to keep this floor plan and these updates to the tasks. So I think this is fine because the I needed to demonstrate somehow the reason for this gizmo. Like drawing that floor plan was really straightforward because of the way it currently works. And I think it's harder in some other applications. Of course, in PowerPoint, you can do that thing with merging shapes, and that's also something really useful. It's probably better with that than what I have been doing when I designed this floor plan thing. But I just wanted a very fast thing that looks kind of like a floor plan, not the real thing. And it was decent to use the tools as they are at the moment. Okay, so panels sections now, color section. And here are the panel properties, the shortcuts, add content. These are the inputs being added there. And what I really want to do now is add to this color section also a color picker. So a color picker object, which is going to be something, not color picker, color selector. Oh yeah, I forgot. Color picker is this. Really not sure how to implement that one. I'm going to forget about it at the moment. So only this, and maybe this. Let's see if these, I really don't know. This is 2 hours for this crazy stuff. It doesn't look realistic. Yeah, so maybe not in the panels. I want it to be its own thing. In case I want to use this component somewhere else, I want to consider this as independent as possible from the project. So it's going to go in its own folder now. And here, let's say like that, and we include it somewhere here. And in the color section here, it's going to be initialized like that. And then probably we want to render this color selector somewhere. So, or define it with that div there. How was this holder div implemented here? I think it was from the properties panel. And then no. Okay, something like that. So get section. Get section is probably here somewhere, or no? Oh yeah, panel section was the one that they were extending. And here is this, okay, generate section, add content, and this add content to section content. Mhm. So here, I think we do it here. Or have the same thing that I had previously, but with the holder div as or we can have its own div generated there for it. So maybe something like this. Oh, I forget so much about how this um, how this code works. It's like a month since I've done something for it. So maybe this. Maybe something like that. And now here, so it's here. And I want to use 3 columns for it. So how do I stretch it to fit more columns? I'm not that good with this CSS. So this is using the grid. I think it was something 3 call grid was the holder. And I would really like this element to stretch multiple. So is there something like column span, or I really don't remember in CSS how span. Let's see. I don't think this is going to affect anything. It doesn't set any value, so it's, I guess, something that is maybe not recognized, like so. Let's see. Let's check in the CSS. So looks like something to do with this grid column. I guess this one is fine, but why is it aligning? Ah, no. This is just moving it to that column. So respan. I really don't remember how it works. So maybe something like this. Yeah, I guess this is fine. So read column. Okay. Yeah, and I think that if we want to build something like this is a canvas, and we have to figure out how to color this canvas there. So I think we will add to this a canvas element for this color selection, and these might also be canvases because I'm gonna have to draw this pattern. And oh, I guess I could draw this pattern also with CSS and backgrounds. I don't know. Implementing this kind of custom slider, like this one changes the color of this knob here depending on the background. This might become very useful because at some point I want to have gradients. So when you work with gradients, you tend to have these and like multiple ways of multiple things that move there on the slider. And maybe we want to change their colors and things like that. So some component like this eventually is going to become useful. So maybe thinking about implementing something new also there could be important. But now I just want to think about this part and how to draw that colorful thing there. Oh, yeah, thanks for the for the span help. I always read those too late. Okay, so I will call this the HSL canvas because this one contains the the SL canvas, like saturation and lightness. So like that. Let's give these kind of a fixed size for now. So at some point I want to be able to set this any size I want, probably a parameter like this. Maybe, yeah, let's just do that. Okay. And this code should be something that does more, like draws on it this kind of weird pattern. So let's say that the hue is fixed by something, maybe 0. 0 is red. And then let's try drawing on this canvas here. And after I'm done with getting something that looks like this, then we structure this code in a better way. At least all of this stuff has to go somewhere. So like that. And I can't use gradients here. I can't use gradients because this is like a 3-point gradient from white to yellow or whatever the hue value is. And then here everything seems to go towards black. If I look just at this top line here, this is interpolating between white and whatever the hue color is, the pure color there, like red in this case. So this is just interpolating like that. But then the value is also interpolated between this value and black vertically like that. So let's just try something. Oh, this is maybe actually doing what I want. So the hue is the first parameter. We have it here. Then on the X, I want to control the saturation. So if you think about HSL, yeah, I don't need to interpolate anything. I can just use the HSL syntax. And then X divided by width times 100. This is going to control the saturation. So it does go from white to to the color. And then here it controls the lightness. I don't think this is correct. I think this should start at 50, but let's see what this code is doing. So let's refresh. Okay. So I wanted to flip actually first. Vertically. One minus this value. And it should start at 50 here. You see this part from here? Or no? No, this is not. It's not what we see there, because we do see white in this top left corner. We do see white there. So if I want to reproduce exactly this pattern, I can't with this strategy, I think. But what I meant by the 50% is because this line from here looks like in this point, halfway from here, 50% away, looks like the top right corner here. But the top left corner here should look like this. So this value here, like if you can imagine a tilted line like this going through these colors, maybe that's what I would like to have here at the top. So this line tilted somehow should be the top line here. It's kind of crazy. But maybe it does work. Let's see. The lightness should change from 100% here to 50% on the right. Yeah, this is just too cryptic, so let's separate it. Yeah, this is better. I have to multiply by 100 because of this format there. So now I want this lightness to be minus depending on this x, I want to reduce it. So actually, depending on this saturation. Let's see what happens now. Kind of better, but you see this tilted line appearing there? it's not a good solution. So it's a little better. The top line here looks like what I'm drawing here, but there is no tilt here happening like that. This tilt is happening because I'm now dividing this essentially on this side by half because I'm using that saturation in that way. Yeah, I don't like it. So maybe I can still use this control somehow. I know I could implement this if I just calculate these without help and maybe interpolate in the way that I explained previously. But maybe I could do some kind of hack here and partially use this solution. So the lightness, I will fix it to 50% like this. Like that. No, I want this to go from 100% to 50%. So that divided by 2. Okay, so I still needed this. Yeah, something like this. But it looks like this is not changing in the same rate. This is becoming red much faster here. I'm just going to leave it like this. And now I'm going to do a very dirty thing and fill style. Let's use RGBA 000, and then for the transparency, I'm going to use y divided by the height, and then the same thing is here. And now it looks kind of like that. So on top of each pixel, I'm drawing also a small transparent black square. I think it's close enough, and it's reusing these. It's reusing these HSL and RGBA, so I'm not doing the interpolation myself there, and I don't know, a weird way to do it, but at least it works. Oh, really? In the default picker, the lightness only goes to 72%? Not really. So this one on the top right, it's going to be the 50%. But anyway, I just want something that looks like that. And this is one way to do it. I don't like this value here. It changes to red too slowly. So, no, I want to do this one, multiply this one, because this is between 0 and 1. So this is between 0 and 1. This should happen first. And I originally had it square root of that value. So square root of that value moves this, so kind of pinkish hue here in the middle, pinkish hue here in the middle. I think that this is very close to this one. Maybe this black here is a little bit much. I don't know. I think it's fine. So I think it's fine, but definitely these pinkish hues here in the middle are now more like here, I think. Could also use a smaller value here if wanted. Now the pink moves even more to the left here. It doesn't really matter much. But okay, we have something here, something kind of crazy. And a little bit hard to explain what all these values are. But it's drawing this one here, and this depends on the hue now. So if the hue is going to be, let's say, 60 like this, we're going to get the yellow version there, and then green and so on. So this component here of showing the colors on this canvas should change automatically depending on some slider for the hue value. So let's try to do that. Basically this slider here, depending on what amount it shows, it modifies the hue from 0 to 360. And then this part at the top automatically reflects depending on it. So all this code from here should really generate the gradient for this controlling the saturation and the lightness here on this canvas. So maybe generate SL gradient, and this hue is the parameter, and all this stuff here. Okay, this needs to be created first, and then with the hue on this canvas, maybe we can do something like that. Yeah, maybe something like that. And that I think I want to add this one first there and then call this method that we have to implement next. So something like that, but now this canvas here is the parameter, so this gets simplified like that. And somehow I want to use the canvas properties in this function. So canvas width and height instead of this. And the reason for that is that maybe this width and height of this color selector will include also these things from here. So the canvas has its own width and height. Maybe we'll scale this to some smaller value. So really the canvas will decide how this gradient will look like to some extent. And then this hue here, yeah, like that. And I think that this seems to work. Yeah, so something. And now to change this hue with some other element here, I guess we can use a slider. Let's see how the color selection generates a slider. I think it was this one. Oh yeah, it was for the stroke width. So maybe just to have something kind of working by the end here, I will use a default slider and just put it beneath everything here. And the ID is going to be hue control, something like this. Maximum 360, minimum 0. Maybe we can go with the step of 1. I think this is also the default value there. And these hue range value, default value is whatever this hue is. So the default hue here can be also important. Maybe we put it to 0. And avoid hard-coded values there. And these, I'm not going to, they will have errors, but okay, it's adding it next to it. This one has flex there, so switching to column is going to do that. And then no, the other axis, I think this one. Just align items to center puts this one like in the middle. like this. Maybe we want to do those. It's not really that necessary if you think about maybe we want maybe we want this to be on the right so that on the left it's the this box or something. Here it shows the output color somewhere. So that's maybe also a nice thing to have. I don't know. Yeah, but this one does nothing. So on change, we can say change hue. And this change hue, I think we can have it as a private method for now. I think this false was, yeah, it was so that we don't store it as an undo, like record it to history. Okay, let's see. So change hue and then value save by default is true. We can handle that later, but we can do that and then generate the gradient with this new hue. Probably like that. Let's see if it works. So refresh. I forgot the flex direction there for our for this color selector container. Okay. Now this is time consuming. It's glitchy, it's laggy every time I drag this. It's not a smooth. It's not a fast calculation when we do this. One reason is we are applying here, we are drawing these rectangles twice. Let's see what would happen if we wouldn't do that, if this becomes faster. Yeah, it's noticeably faster. And I know that I could implement this one so that I calculate that lightness in some other way. So I'm just going to mark here to do speed up this part. And here, because I want to have something that works by the end of the video, I will not care that this is slow. Yeah, but I want to be able to select this color, to set this color to show somewhere. And I wonder if I can link it to this object here, or should I? Let's make our own color display here. And I want this color display to be quite good, like replace this one essentially, and also be able to do that thing, like do we want to show a color or not show a color? So to cut it in half with this kind of like Animate is doing here, this view. And also, like if eventually we will support gradients, then maybe being able to show a gradient there could be possible. Going down and clicking a word like this. So instead of doing that, Control D to add the next occurrence to the selection. Oh, really? Yeah, nice. I didn't know that. So, yeah. So I needed that here at some point, maybe these ones. I guess it was just this width before, and then I could have done this to replace them with canvas width, I guess. Yeah, I will try to remember this. Thanks. So let's make a view word there. So let's say output canvas, a new canvas element, and then let's have it at the left of this hue selector here. So maybe something like that. Okay. So this canvas now, again, the only reason I added, because of course I could just use this div. I don't need a canvas at this stage, but making the div cut like that, it's not that straightforward. Maybe I could use some SVG or something. But also then the gradient could also be done in CSS. So maybe I don't need a canvas here. Let's, but if the gradient is going to be very many parameters there, I really don't know. I think this is something that we can add later if we need. Let's just do it. So if I started with it, then yeah, if I started with it, then I will go with it. So so I need here some more things like more parameters. So this show output color, I need all of them, and also the output canvas. And it's going to be quite straightforward, I think. Also here, getting the context each time for this one, that's also can be a reason for the slowdown. This can be sped up in many ways. I'm not gonna worry about it now, but somehow it bothers me. um, and every time we change the value, now we have to also show this output color. So now it assumes that we are on this top right corner here. We need a way to select a different value inside of this space. But at least this and that one are in sync now. Okay. But something is not great. I mean, I could always get from this screen here the color at the given coordinate. But now, because of my fancy, silly way of drawing things, uh, I can't easily know to put that marker at a given color. Like if I'm gonna draw a color here, select a color here like this, and now draw something with that color. If I at some point want to pick this color with this color picker, I don't know where to put it. Like maybe the hue, I can figure it out, something like this. But where to put it on this XY, it's not straightforward. I'm doing now that kind of math calculation here with the raising it to 0.3 power. That could be somehow done well. But then drawing this black rectangle, black square on top of those, it's not the same thing as reducing the lightness down. Or is it? Can I work on this formula more here? So if I remove this part from here, it's like that. Let's try this. No, now this curvature here shows because of that because of this thing. And without it, this tilt is like that. What if this happens before this manipulation here? No. Somehow brain doesn't work at the moment. This 50% here. No. So it starts at 100% and then it decreases to 50% depending on the X width. That is somehow clear. So it starts at 100%, decreases to 50%. Because if it would decrease to 0%, like that, then it would start showing black also there. And then the part with the pure red is somehow very hard to get. So now pure red is here. Or no, when it's like this, there is no pure red because maximum saturation would be here. Yeah. But 0.5 here means maximum saturation is here, and also lightness is 50%. So we do see the pure red value there. But I want vertically to reduce now this lightness. It's tricky. It's too complicated. I don't like it. So this is 50% lightness here, and I want this to be 0%. Now this is 100% lightness here, and I want this to be 0%. So the lightness for the first ones has to decrease more than for the last ones. That's why that diagonal line is appearing there. So by how much the lightness decreases depends on the x values. So 1 minus x divided by the canvas width. But at the end, I still want half. So this one goes down to 0, basically. Okay, and now oh wow. Yeah, this is too hard for me right now. Oh yeah, so this depends on the y. So minus y divided by canvas height. I think we have to multiply by this. Okay. There is still some kind of diagonal appearing here that doesn't appear, at least I don't see it here. Or here. So this kind of looks like a square of red on the right, but here our version looks different. But this darkness here seems to be correct now. Let's see what happens if we re-add this raising to some power there. Yeah, then curves start to appear there. It's not what I want. Have to think about how this will work, but at least the formula for this is more straightforward because the lightness here uses this value and there is no weird drawing transparent things on top of each other. So, of course, this decrease factor is some confusing part, but it's just a way to shorten this one here. I don't like this code at all, but I will clean it when the head works better. Meanwhile, it's more efficient because I'm not drawing those things on top of each other, so at least that's better, but I think it can be done even better. Okay, and now selecting the color there somehow, so I would need to be able to show some dot or some circle or something depending on this lightness value. Yeah, I have a feeling that one will be very complicated to do. Because somehow my head doesn't work well at the moment. And because of this formula is very difficult. So somehow knowing the X and Y, where a given lightness and saturation goes is not straightforward. This diagonal here really bothers me now. So difficult stuff, and maybe I should have prepared for this somehow. Hmm. Saturation is clear because it goes from left to right. So let's try to guess the coordinate of that one. So every time we draw this grid, this will not be correct. I'm pretty sure it's quite... Let's just see how it looks like. So like that. And then so now it shows something there for maximum saturation. If this saturation would be 0.5, so 50%, then it will be in the middle. Now, if the lightness is 0, I can't see that circle very well, so I'm going to draw it by putting a stroke style to white and then line width to 2, and then I will stroke style to black and line width to 1. So it's here, 0 lightness. But this lightness here, so 0 lightness, 1 lightness, and then saturation is 0 with 1 lightness and then 0 lightness. And then when saturation is 1 with 0 lightness, it's there. And 1 lightness is there. So it's not correct because this should be 50% lightness here. So 1 lightness would not even be on this screen. It would be somewhere very high up. So the saturation goes where it should. I think so. But this other thing doesn't go. So this is fine, but the other one needs to come according to this crazy formula here. So basically somehow inverting this formula, I think so. Because here we have the X and Y and we're calculating the lightness, but now we want to figure out the Y depending on the lightness, basically. And the X has also some effect here, it seems, because of that, depending on where on this screen, it's going to change from 100% to 0 or to 50 to 0. So there's some decrease going on there. So I want this y knowing this lightness and the x. I know the x. And this formula that this AI tries to do there, it doesn't work. So I could calculate this decrease factor depending on this dot x, like this. And then dot y, this one here, knowing the lightness. So it's going to be lightness. And now let's take 1 to the other side. So -1. So this lightness, -1. And then this minus whatever this thing is becomes a plus. Yeah, this is correct. And now this minus here, because a minus is in front here, all of these other signs have to change. Or otherwise I'm calculating the minus y. So let's calculate the minus y first. And now times this part from here means I have to take everything that I calculated so far and divide by this one. And now multiply by the canvas height. And a minus in front of everything. Probably this gives us the dot y. And now here, dot x, dot y. Saturation 0.5 and lightness 1. So somewhere here, lightness 1 should be off the screen, so that's why we don't see it. Lightness 0, it's here. Let's move to the right, lightness 0 and saturation 1. It's there, but if we put lightness 0.5, it should be at the top here. And it is. And this saturation 0.5, I mean 0.5 lightness should be here if the saturation is 0. Yeah, it seems to be correct. And then in the middle, I expect it to be somewhere here. So yeah, so I think that I did it. I'm a little bit scared about this code, and I don't recommend doing it like this. I recommend maybe looking up how people are doing this and why we are not getting that kind of square pattern here. I don't see any kind of line like what we are getting, some kind of line here of high saturation and 50 lightness. I don't know. But this part of here looks correct. And I don't mind using this. I think that this is a fine to use color component. I just hope that when we implement it, the colors match somehow to what is here. And yeah. And any change we do now to this formula, like if we want to do some weird scaling, has to be affected here at the bottom. Inverting the formula must be done if we change it. Must be done again. It's not rocket science, it's easy stuff, but somehow today my head just doesn't want to listen. Okay, so we have that. And let's draw also if there is no field there. So something like that. Or when we don't have a fill. And maybe clicking it would toggle fill or no fill. Let's try that maybe. Let's have something for these event listeners. These methods have access to all these properties, so maybe we don't need to pass them as parameters here. Or to be consistent, we should pass also this. I want to drag this, but it's not yet implemented. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's add also that kind of event listener. So yeah, I need the reference to a function here so that I can remove the event listener. So now let's see, does this actually work? Um, Okay. Oh, okay. It's laggy. And the pointer up doesn't work. Yeah, because ah, it's a different function here now. Ah. Mm. Okay, something there. Nice. So, laggy, but the functionality is kind of there. And I'm not too happy about the way this gradient looks, but it seems like whatever I did with inverting that function and this color that appears there seems to have done the trick somehow. Let's see if this lagginess can be reduced if we... I just don't like leaving it that bad. So Okay. A little bit better. It's not perfect. I don't really need to redraw all that thing. We could cache that image somehow. It only needs to regenerate that when changing this hue, I think, which seems to be broken. Oh, yeah. Mm. Also, clicking just once doesn't work. I have to click and drag, so this is much faster. Here you can see this line that doesn't appear here. But this is definitely 100% lightness. I kind of see a curve appearing here. I don't know how it's really done. Redness starts to appear here where this is hardly any. I wonder if the saturation is the thing that is raised to some power. Let's try. Not that exponentiation there. Okay, now it's even more worse. Now that line kind of disappeared, but the value is it's still kind of there. Yeah, I'll have to look at this with fresh mind and at some point figure it out. But now this component seems to work, a little bit laggy. I know how to speed this up several ways. but so I'm not too worried about it. Just a very quick way to do it, because I just don't want to leave it broken like that, is I'm gonna increase here by 2. So that I draw a little bit bigger rectangles, squares, really. And now this looks and moves very fast. And it's hardly any difference because 2 pixels or 1 pixel, you don't really see it. I don't know if this tool does a similar thing or not. But basically, this now became just 4 times faster because I'm jumping that, and I really don't see any difference here in the gradient. But I know I can also speed up this more with some tricks, but it needs more thought. Okay, now I still have to do connecting this one to this one. So if I have an item, and this item is going to be, so when we draw a shape, how do we even draw shapes? Tools, shapes. Let's try rectangle tool. I think these are quite simple. Rectangle properties panel, get values. So this get values for the properties panel, this is what I'm interested in. And the fill color comes from the fill color value. Now I want it to come from this color selection thing. Let's say get fill. This is for shapes. Okay. Yeah. I'm forgetting how this code works. So this is getting it from a given shape. I want to get it from the this color selector. Yeah, let's just get fill, and then this one needs a public method for that. I shouldn't use the function of the object that is part of the other object like that. But it got the job done and seems like it's fine. So it doesn't change the colors, but I can create any color. And if I do this, yeah. I do that, else I don't think this will work. No. I want to draw no fill. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still need this feature of when selecting the shape, the tool should show whatever the selected color is. So I'm not sure if I can still do that in time, but yeah. And this thing here, I think that we won't need fill and stroke anymore, or fill color and stroke color anymore. So in the end, we just have fill and stroke. And if it's null, it means nothing. And if it's not null, it means something. So somehow that will simplify, because this color selector either returns a color or returns null. So basically it knows if it's going to be showing something or not there. Okay, but how do we do that? That selecting something forces the color. So I think it was here. Uh-huh. I think it was in the properties panel, and we were listening for some event for shape selected, and then update display. And we update display from all the sections. So there must be one in the color section as well. It's not here because it's probably inherited from here. These selected properties, going through them. Yeah. I wonder if it goes here. And then I think that there are now those extractor functions for getting the value. I remember seeing something like that. Where were they? Mhm. Yeah, this one here. But where do I change these? So this one, I'm looking for fill color value or something like this. Stroke style, color section. No, this is swap or reset colors, but mm. I don't want this. This changes the shapes' color. Well, actually, I want that also. Mm. But where is the fill color set? That's what I don't remember anymore. So maybe I missed it checking Peter's last update. I think that it might be inside of these panel properties. So somehow looking through the keys and then, yeah, maybe looking through the keys. Selected properties. Maybe something like this. Yeah. Um, yeah, this input ID. So now we basically have our own component, and the way we get the fill color is not really compatible with these other inputs here. If you think about fill color and fill, yeah, maybe having getters or setters for the value, something like that might work. But hmm, I won't be able to finish it today. And probably I won't be able to finish it this week because we have many other things, have many things going on at work. But I think this is very close to working. Of course, this thing shouldn't be visible maybe all the time, or I don't know. Some applications like here allow you to see things like this all the time if you want, but I think it's not necessary. So something like this with this mode here. Very similar with what it used to be. I just want that escape when closing it, it doesn't revert to the previous. That's the one thing. And yeah, a few other things there. This thing really bothered me a lot, so I somehow progressed very slowly today. Mhm. Yeah, hi, I'm just ending. So, yeah. Mm. Ah, okay. There are so many of them. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not able to finish it now. So I'm just going to leave it as such and figure out how to connect this better off screen at some point and make some update. I might be able to do it tomorrow morning if fresh before work starts or after the first lesson. But I would like to get it to work and be in a decent state as soon as possible, and then polish it later on at some point. But now it doesn't work, so it only supports setting the color like this and drawing new things from it. But then after that, setting the color is still done with these other elements there. And the stroke is something we haven't even considered yet. Yeah, still work to do. So I would say half done, basically, and half left to do. Like amount of work still needed to this. This hue selector should also look nice, like the hue like this. And transparency one we haven't even started. And drawing this grid somehow in the background will also show transparent for the one on the left. So one small component for drawing grid is going to be helpful here. We can use it in the background for this one. But roughly halfway, I would say. Maybe a third of the way, because if you think about polishing it and making it look nicely. But I have to end today, so that's just how it is. Like that. And let's see, probably tomorrow. I don't want the weekend to come with this somehow in this unfinished state. I think it's the first stream when I don't have something done in a crappy way at least, but really working. And now it's just able to create the shapes with that color fill. But then everything else it doesn't work. So it still relies on the other functionalities. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Implementing this color component here, our own one, because I commented today how I don't like the default one and it doesn't support transparency and other things. I think 5 or 6 reasons why I wanted to implement our own version. And it's something kind of working already, but connecting it to the previous ones. I do want this to be as easily connectable as these components. So I don't want to change the code for the way these connect to that one, but I want to make our version more compatible to the default variant. Because then if we would, some people have been asking about how to make libraries, how to make these things. If you make something that is usable in the same way as something that other coders are familiar with, then it's straightforward for them to implement or replace or something like that. Okay. Do you think that lightness is a z value? I don't know. I don't know, because here you have maximum lightness 100%, here you have 50%. So even if you think about the z, somehow it can't make those work. I don't know. But it's something that I need to study how it's happening. Okay. Oh, okay. You're trying to do some kind of refactoring. Thanks. But I really have to close today. So fortunately, this is it. But I'm still happy with some progress. And I never made anything like this before. So it was kind of interesting to see how it could be done, and didn't expect any of the issues. Of course, there are always issues, so I did expect something, but I thought it will go much faster. And I ended up having just 2 hours to code instead of my planned 4 hours because of showing all the other amazing things that the app can do nowadays. So, yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching, and let's see how this will look in a few days. Maybe early next week if I don't manage to do it tomorrow. But I think that this new one will integrate nicely, and it will already have some kind of improvements. Like showing here the no fill, it's already something that I didn't like in the previous one. So it's a step in the good direction. All right, but that's it.